Okay, you let me know how that audio's going. If you can hear my voice all right. Ready to go? Ah, Jean, good morning from Australia. That is awesome. Okay, just gonna do a timestamp here. Oops. Sorry, gonna do that again. I know that's loud. Good afternoon, or morning if you're in Australia. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again we're going to attempt to recreate another one of my favorite paintings or artworks by some of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at this kind of digital collage that I created here of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and Santa Claus by Rankin and Bass. This very famous cartoon released on December 6, 1964, and is now the longest running TV special of all time. And I love this. The memories of this this TV show are so vivid. The songs from it are incredibly famous and popular, although some preceded the actual film itself. But really interesting story. I'm really excited to do this particular painting. Christmas is just a few weeks away, so it seems apropos. So let's look at the plan for today's episode. In a moment, we're going to talk about the scale of difficulty to do this painting, if this is something you want to attempt. We're going to talk about the materials required, and then we're going to do the image transfer. And unfortunately, my printer wasn't working, so I'm going to show you an alternative way to do this that might be easier for some people. Then we're going to stain it. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer cartoon. And underpainting, yeah, we'll probably have to do a little bit of that. Then we're going to spend some time in the background, maybe a little bit background, foreground, but probably we'll try to get most of the background finished before we move to the foreground. I'm anticipating this one's, depending on the way you want to do it, and the way that I kind of want to do it, this is going to be a long one. This is going to be 6, 7, 8 hours. However, you could certainly paint it much faster if you don't want to kind of do it exactly like the image that we'll see on screen. But we'll talk about all that here in a moment. So just a couple quick little things. I encourage you to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes like this are taking place. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, consider using the QR code there on screen, or the web address you see there above, and it's going to take you to the PayPal page where you can safely, securely donate to the channel. You know that I'm going to be putting those funds to use because every once in a while, maybe I need a new printer. I probably do, right? So let's also, there's other ways to donate. You can send an e-transfer via email. My email's on my website and in the video description below here on YouTube. So if you look down there, you'll find that information. I also encourage you to join our Facebook group and upload a photograph of today's painting if that's what you've created. Or maybe you're doing the drawing class that I taught years ago. I still give people feedback to that. So the way to get feedback is by joining the Facebook group and uploading your artwork to the Facebook group. Excuse me. And every 5 weeks, 6 weeks or so, I go through everything that's on the Facebook group and give some advice on how it might be improved, or just often I'm celebrating your work because it's so amazing. So if you want to participate in that, and also the community is amazing. It grows every week from nothing. It began in just a conversation here in the chat from people like yourself. So it's really cool to see how big it's become over these years. So let's talk about the scale of difficulty for today's painting. Is this something you want to attempt to do? And so here's the scale of difficulty. We have beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, and expert. Now, you could, if you were a beginner, attempt this painting. I would just say have zero expectations. In fact, have maybe negative expectations, and if anything positive turns out, great. But this is probably going to be more difficult than a beginner painter might encounter. So, and I'm always careful. I don't want to have a beginner try a painting like this and it not turn out and then feel really discouraged and think maybe I shouldn't do painting at all. Maybe it's skydiving and bungee jumping that's really my thing, which could be true, but you might legitimately be a great painter inside, but this might not be the first painting you want to attempt if that's where you are in your progression, in your journey as an artist. Same thing with novice. Again, you could attempt this painting. I just think the way that I'm going to do it is going to involve like glazing fluid and blending, and that might be a little bit more difficult. If you want to do it very, very flat colors, then I think you could do that. And we'll talk about it as we go. Also, the painting will, at one point today, sort of look approximately what it might look like if you were doing it as a novice painter in the fastest way possible. So I'm going to say today's painting is going to be somewhere between intermediate and possibly even a little bit advanced, just depending on how perfectionist I become today. I'm going to try to keep it in the more basic intermediate level here, but I think to get the best results, you want to have done a little bit of this before, particularly glazing techniques. And I'll show you how to do that if you've never done it before. But again, I'm just always cautious with someone who's tuning in for the first time, just got paint in the mail. Is this something you want to try? I don't know. You can certainly watch. Okay. So let's talk about the materials required to make a painting like this. So I've done an entire free supply guide you can download in the Dropbox folder. In that folder, there's, I think, like 400 subfolders, and the very first one at the very top is for, it corresponds with the very first Master Study episode we did, where I outlined the supplies. So I did a whole 2-hour plus long episode explaining in depth all the different paints and materials and all these kinds of things. But if you want to just get started right away and you don't have the patience to watch that episode, you can download the supply guide, print it out, or take it with you to your art supply store and just look at what you need, and then you're ready to go. And so this is kind of a quick overview. We're going to be painting here on a 9x12 sized canvas board. Oh, there's Jean and Pascaline and Hunter Skull in the chat there. Great to see you guys. Again, always, if you're painting, I encourage you to have some rags nearby to clean up the inevitable mess that happens. The other day I was building some furniture that's out there, and I knocked over a teacup, tea everywhere, dripping all over on the floor, and which is, you know, upsetting, but if there's any place that that can happen, it would be in my studio, because I've got lots of rags within, you know, not even arm's reach, like wrist reach away. So paint tends to get everywhere, including on your clothes. And so I'm going to try to avoid paint on my Christmas sweater, but if not, then it becomes my Christmas painting sweater. Let's talk about the kind of paints that you might want to buy. So in order to do what I'm doing and to be able to follow along step by step, this is paint that I'm going to recommend. Now I'm going to use what's called a split primary palette. And that means the so-called primary colors have been split into two, into their warm and cool components. So that means we got 2 reds, 2 yellows, 2 blues. We can use white as well to tint the color. We can also use black to create shades or mix them together to create... Sorry, my nose is about to... We can mix black and white together to make a gray, which will tone the colors down, or up. I guess down would probably be the way they would go. But we can also mix our own black by using a yellow, red, and blue, a cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red in those equal quantities, and they're gonna cancel each other out and make black. And we'll do that with this episode for sure. So the reason why I like using this particular method of painting, and I wish I had learned this when I was in junior high school or high school or in undergraduate art college or when I was in graduate school art college. It wasn't until I graduated and then I started teaching at the university I graduated from that I had to start thinking, like, how do I explain things to people? And so I stumbled upon this method which is so intuitive and obvious that, as far as I'm concerned, it should be taught alongside the alphabet in elementary school. But until I'm ruling the world or Prime Minister of Canada or of the universe, we'll have to stick to just me explaining this in these episodes. So the reason why this is important is it emphasizes color temperature. And color temperature is important because it helps to create the illusion of depth on this flat canvas. So warm colors are going to appear to advance towards the viewer or the surface of the painting, whilst cool colors appear to recede into the background. So that's helpful because it also tells you, if you're mixing colors, what colors you want to use. You just have to ask yourself, where is the color in this painting? Is it in the background? Therefore it's cool. If it's in the foreground, it's going to be warm. So then you just immediately eliminates 3 of the colors from your palette, and you know, okay, I'm going to make a green with these colors as opposed to these colors. And that solves a lot of problems. Okay. So I'm going to be using these Amsterdam paints. I'm not sponsored, not paid, not given any free supplies whatsoever by anybody at any time over these now almost 5 years that I've been doing this. And we've done almost all of the greatest paintings in human history. There's still lots more to do. I'll be around for a little while, don't worry. But you can use this brand, which is considered to be kind of student to professional level brand, kind of in that intermediate level I mentioned earlier. But I think it does things just as well as a professional brand. You can buy like golden paints, and you're going to get probably slightly better results if you know what you're doing, and if you know what to look for. But if not, it's total waste of money, because the golden paints are about 3 times the price for less than half the tube of paint. So if you got money to burn, go ahead. But even then, I suggest you use less expensive materials while you're painting, so that if something doesn't go right, you don't feel like you've squandered a lot of money. Now I'm going to flip through a bunch of these other brands here that you can use. Again, all of this is in the Dropbox folder in the supply guide. So of course you could take a screenshot right now, or you could just download the PDF that's there, and you can see all of this information nicely organized for you. But again, it just shows that you can basically do what we're doing here on camera with virtually every major brand of paint out there, except these next 4. Museum Color out of Toronto, Peebo, which is a global brand, but originally from France, Mary's from China, and Fevicryl based in India. All 4 of these brands, what they do is they just add way too much titanium white as a filler, meaning it's impossible for us to mix a black. You're always going to get tinted colors. Tint is when you add white to a color. Now, Amsterdam, there's a little bit of titanium white in here. In fact, I'm sure it even says maybe somewhere on the stable. Maybe not. Often they'll talk about the pigments inside here. Don't. But it certainly does on their website. So virtually every paint has a little bit of titanium white, except maybe the most expensive brands, maybe not golden. So, but these guys just put way too much, so it just makes it impossible to do what we're doing here. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to the image transfer process next. Now, unfortunately, today was the day that my printer, which has been printing out these templates for almost 5 years now, decided that it's on vacation. So I'm going to show you an alternative way to do this, but let's just first show you where you can get the template for today's episode. Excuse me. So if you click on this, if you scan this, this goes to the same Dropbox folder that you can find the supply guide in, right? So and in that folder, as I'll show you here in a moment, you'll see the original image and then the outline that I did using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. I just traced around the where I saw the lines, which might be different than if you did it. And then, so let's see. Okay, so here's the Dropbox folder. You click that link, as I said, the supply guide, right up top there. The first, I don't know, 100 folders are for beginner paintings. I've put today's, though, at the very bottom of the list, of the numbered list, because these are for the more complex paintings. And so if you click on, you'll see that there's two versions of the outline. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF, and of course the original image, or the original digital collage that I created, because the original image doesn't really exist anywhere. I had to kind of collage a few things together to make today's picture. So, but it is based upon the original characters. So if you download that, you can print it at your local print shop or your inkjet, laserjet printer at home, at work, wherever you've got a printer, and then you can do what we're about to do. However, if you're like me and you've got a printer that doesn't work, or you just don't have a printer, then we need to do something a little bit different. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to rotate this. I'm going to show you from a different point of view now. So here's my laptop, and let's make, try to think, how do I normally do this? So I'm trying to get it to fit on the size. So I'm having to make it even bigger. Let's crop the top and bottom of this out. I need to change my display settings here. Okay, let's see. That's a little bit too big. How's that? That's a bit better. So you could do this on your desktop computer screen, or tape that down. I'm going to turn the brightness. Oops. That is as bright as that goes. Okay. So what's frustrating about this is I'm going to have to So I'm going to have to trace this out essentially twice. I'm going to have to do it once here and then again onto the canvas, meaning it's going to definitely introduce some differences. That's okay. It also might be kind of nice for some people to see how they could do this if they don't have access to carbon paper. And if you want to see how I typically do things, well, there's 500 or so episodes, or no, not, well, I've done 500 live streams almost, but I think it's 360-ish painting episodes. Of course, I could just sketch all of this out, and I have done that on previous episodes where I also didn't have carbon paper or things broke down on me. I'm also trying to be relatively delicate here while tracing this on my computer screen. There's no need to press too hard, because if I do, I could potentially crack my screen. So this is why the episode started later than usual, because I was frantically trying to get my printer to work until finally I was like, you know what? It's just not going to happen today, I don't think so. How many fingers does Santa Claus have here? I'm not sure if he's got 5 or just 4. See my other trees back here. I think one's there. Okay. So I think that's good enough. Right before I peel it off, I just want to double check, make sure I've got everything. Yeah, let's just say it's good enough. Okay, just gotta get this back to normal. Okay, so now that I've got this, I'm going to now transfer it onto the canvas. And I've got the benefit of I can move it around and put it in wherever I want it to go. I think I've got it pretty good in the middle. I just want to make sure that this leg is not going to be too far off. So if I've got roughly a finger on either side, that's good. Okay, so now let's do the image transfer. I'm just going to maybe fix Rudolph's leg here. And Santa Claus does only have 4 fingers. Okay. That's important to know when you're thinking about buying Santa Claus gloves, is you don't want to buy a 5-fingered glove, because you can imagine the how embarrassing that would be. You might not get a visit from Santa next year. Okay. So let's, yeah, I guess I'll just keep it on this here. So now that I've got that, I can look up. You can see it's being transferred on there. So I'm just periodically looking back here at the original, just seeing if there are any major discrepancies that I just somehow missed. There's a couple almost identical images of Rudolph to this, in which he's got his antlers fully developed. I chose this one mostly just to kind of keep it simple. One where his antlers aren't quite fully developed. Looks like it's a little more complex, all of those details, so I decided on this version. Just see, do I want to add buttons? And I guess it's not in the original, so maybe I won't put that there. Okay. I think that's good enough. Okay. Oh, my legs are sore. I've been doing all this woodworking here. It is going up and down stairs, lifting, and oof, getting a bit of a workout. Okay, it's still, that's good. Okay. Purple Your Dream says, OMG, you're live. Yes, and you're live too. Commenting in real time. Good to see you. Deborah says, I like your Xmas sweater, Michael. Thanks, Deborah. There's Kathy there. I love the show, a classic from my childhood. I agree, 100%. Pascal says, when I try to trace from my iPad, the picture doesn't keep still. Ah, that can happen because the touch screen on the iPad is obviously touch sensitive, so that sometimes if the paper is kind of very thin, it's still the I don't know what it is, the heat? I don't know exactly how, or no, it's not heat. Something is happening that is causing the screen to move. It thinks that your finger's touching it, so yeah, that would be an issue, wouldn't it? You know, if you could get this, maybe your computer connect or your iPad connected to your TV screen, you could put it on your TV screen and shrink or enlarge it to whatever size that you want. That might be a solution. Okay, Jean has got lunch plans and is taken off. Well, okay, so where do we want to do now? Let's... Now that we got our image on the canvas, and that went a little faster than I expected, let's now stain it with a little bit of color and start the actual painting process. So what I like to do here is what's called the Imprimatura. It's an Italian word from the early Renaissance that means the priming layer, the first layer of paint. And there's lots and lots of reasons beyond everything that's just been listed there on the screen. But for me, the primary purpose is really part of my painting routine at this point. It's just a way for me to start painting without having to do any thinking. I can just get paint onto the canvas instantly, and it's a lot of yellow. Okay. So here, of course, when I was looking for the smaller palette that I usually use for this, I think it fell down somewhere, and I didn't have time after fiddling with my printer for half an hour to dig it out, so I'm just using a butter lid here. And something is snuck on. Okay. The nerve for a piece of, for a bit of toast crumb to sneak on top of a butter lid when I'm about to do a painting. I mean, jeez. Food just doesn't know where, you know, to stay in its own lane, right? Okay. Oops, let me, oops. Okay, so that's important for you to be able to see what I'm doing here. So I just, I added my paint and then about maybe 40% water Maybe this one, maybe a little bit less. There's probably maybe 30% water to 70% paint, which means it's going to be a little bit more yellow than normal. Doesn't really matter so much. It might mean I might have to make the next few layers of paint maybe a little bit more opaque to cover up most of this yellow. But of course I chose the yellow because I like how when it does kind of subtly come through the layers of paint on top of it, it just gives that kind of glowing yellow warmth that I like. Now you might say, warmth? This is a painting of Santa Claus in the snow. Why would you want it to be warm at all? That's a good question. I'm really glad you asked. I mean, that's one of the most brilliant questions ever. I don't know who came up with it, but it's a brilliant question. But even if it's this is a painting of kind of the North Pole or wherever. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be the North Pole. That kind of the sun goes up and down up there. I've been there. I've been to the actual North Pole years ago, and the sun rises and sets. And when it's close to the horizon, you get that kind of yellow color, that golden hour kind of color. And so I want my painting to have that kind of Kodachrome kind of thing going on. Okay. Guys, talking about your favorite Christmas shows, Charlie Brown's Christmas and the Polar Express. My daughter and I went and saw the Polar Express in the theater a couple weeks ago, and I'd never seen it before. I was kind of not the right age when it first originally came out. It is pretty good. It does have that, people talk about the uncanny valley where, it's an early, I think it's the first fully computer animated film ever. So sometimes it looks a little bit unnatural, but still pretty good. In fact, it was so good that there's sort of like anyone who's seen it, there's a kind of a roller coaster kind of thing that happens in the middle of the film. And my daughter, that was when she was like, oh, she just got really excited. We had to leave the theater for a little bit until things calmed down. So a movie's working well when you feel disoriented because it's, in the chase scene, right? I suppose. Okay. So while my Imprimatura dries here, let's take a moment to talk about today's artists who created Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Excuse me. Of course, quick little shout out to the Facebook group. If you haven't joined that already, I encourage you to do that. I did see Richard had a great idea to post your favorite painting of the year to the Facebook group, and maybe even make a little suggestion saying I've already talked about it in a feedback episode, so I don't talk about it again, which is, I think, a great idea. So if you want to participate in Richard's little initiative there, that's a great idea. Okay. So I want to kind of go back a little bit before we talk about the TV special, the Christmas TV special upon which these characters are based, just to talk about the history of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So originally Rudolph was created by a man called Robert L. May. Robert L. May he worked for a department store called Montgomery Ward, which I don't think exists anymore. It's an American department store. I think it probably closed down in the 80s, along with a lot of other ones that were hit hard. Like here in Canada, Woodward's being particularly one of those ones that couldn't survive. Anyway, his role at Montgomery Ward was if you've ever seen Seinfeld, and you remember that Elaine worked at this clothing manufacturer, retailer, and she wrote the descriptions that would go in the catalog. The J. Peterman catalog is what. So that's basically what Robert L. May did. Is he worked for the writing the descriptions for clothes that would go in the annual catalog. I won't go into his whole biography and everything. But one year he was asked to write a children's book, because what Montgomery Ward used to do, this is back in the 1930s, is that they would buy children's books and they would give them as gifts or sell them at very, very low prices to families as sort of a little Christmas gift, right? But they got the idea, why are we going out and buying all these things? We should just make our own books, we print them ourselves, and then we'll give them away or sell them. That would sort of cut out the middleman, right? And we can make more profits for ourselves. So they approached one of the guy that was writing all of the captions for sweaters and pants, and said, "Is this something you'd be interested in doing?" You're like, "Okay, I can tackle that." And they said they want it based upon an animal, because Christmas character, well, just any kind of, if you're kind of thinking about for children, Christmas in many ways is all about kids. They respond well to animal characters, right? So they were like, let's think about doing some kind of animal kind of theme thing. So that was kind of the assignment. So he sat down and he started working on this. But during the middle of production of working on this, what was originally a poem, his wife began dying of cancer, and they suggested, you know what, we know this is really tough for you, so maybe we should pass this off to somebody else. He decided, no, this is like kind of the only thing that's keeping me sane right now. So he decided to continue working on it. Him and his daughter, what was his daughter's name? I think it's in here somewhere. But him and his daughter would go to the zoo and they would look at the animals. That's how they decided eventually upon doing a reindeer as the theme. And so he went there and kind of looked at the reindeers and used that as inspiration, and eventually wrote down, wrote the story for Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And I think this is super fascinating. Oh, so his daughter Barbara, so that was her name. So they was the Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago is where they did all that. This is eventually he wrote the full and complete book in 50 hours, and after each draft he would read it to his daughter and get their opinion. Eventually his wife passed away in July 1939, but he felt super proud to be able to kind of complete that book. And it's interesting that I think it talked about some of the themes. I just want to get this because I thought that was fascinating. Okay, so part of when he was a student at Dartmouth College, he studied psychology, and he was exposed to the work of Alfred Adler, whose basic thesis was that humans were motivated by, or that some people were at least motivated by an attempt to achieve perfection, and as a way of overcoming feelings of inferiority. And so it's sort of believed that part of one of the themes about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, especially the TV show, the special of which these characters are based, reflects that a lot of the characters that May eventually created were characters that had some sort of, I guess you could call it like a physical challenge, mental challenge, or quote-unquote disability that they had to overcome as part of their stories. And so when we think of like Rudolph, he's got this nose that shines too bright, right? And the other kids make fun of him, but the story is ultimately, this redemptive situation where the very thing that makes him the source of laughter by the other reindeer is his nose, that he ultimately uses to help Santa ride his sleigh through the blizzard, right? And that's also, in the story as it gets developed for the TV show. You have the land of the misfit toys, you have the abominable snowman, you have the lucky miner or gold panner or whatever they call him. And of course you even have that little elf, the outcast elf who doesn't want to make toys, who wants to be a dentist, right? So there's all these characters who have who are kind of unhappy with their current situation and are kind of outcast because of their of who they are at present, and they have to kind of go through some sort of transformation. And by doing so, ultimately the thing that makes them the source of jokes or gives them that sense of inferiority becomes their greatest strength, which I think is one of the reasons why Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is such an enduring story, because it's a story of redemption, of overcoming adversity and obstacles and transforming yourself, especially embracing one's kind of quote greatest defect and it becoming your greatest strength. So what else do I want to say anything more about the original author? Well, okay, so let's bring in the next fellow in our today's story, which is Johnny Marks. Johnny Marks was actually the brother-in-law, I think he was the brother-in-law to, step-brother-in-law, I think that's how you call it. So Johnny Marks, who was a songwriter, his wife was married to the sister of Robert L. May's wife. So in other words, the original creator of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the story and poem and the children's book that was eventually published from that, was his wife had a sister who was married to Johnny Marks, this songwriter. And so they, I'm sure knew each other, and so when they saw that this book came out and it was doing kind of quite well almost immediately, the suggestion was made, like, hey, would you be interested in writing a song based on this? And so he did. So he wrote this song, and it eventually became really his first big hit. In 1949 it was released, and it was originally sung by Gene Autry. Gene Autry, for those of you who may or may not know, was a really one of the first big Hollywood stars of the sound era, or the first big kind of musical star, who was the singing cowboy was his sort of name there, and he also made a fortune by buying land in Los Angeles when Los Angeles was growing. So much so that Gene Autry became one of the wealthiest persons in all of California. He was in a lot of early sound films, singing, basically bought up all this property. There's a really great museum in Los Angeles called the Gene Autry Museum that has really great collection of Western art and memorabilia, obviously lots of stuff from movies. But at one point, Gene Autry owned what is now the Anaheim Angels, or the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim baseball team, or I think at the time it was the California Angels. So yeah, super wealthy guy, in part because of some of the songs like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. In 1948, there was a short movie that was created. I think it was an 8-minute long film, which you can watch there on YouTube. And so, of course, it illustrates the whole story, but doesn't have quite as many of the characters. The abominable snowman and the miner are not in this film. It's a much simpler kind of story. Kind of really just expands a little bit beyond the original song. So, but that song became hugely successful very quickly, and became a kind of a staple of Christmas time. And so obviously, you know, I'm sure lots of people every Christmas, they're hearing this song being played in a department store, and there's, you know, it doesn't take long for somebody's like, how come there isn't, you know, the song is a narrative song, right? It tells this story. There's a whole story arc that is later included in the film. So you really can see it's not very hard to imagine how someone's like, we could make a movie out of this, because it basically tells the story of the movie right in the song. So in the early 1960s, two kind of executives and screenwriters get together, Arthur Rankin Jr. and Jules Bass. They collaborate on bringing to life Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer as a project, as a special for Christmas, and which originally premieres on NBC on December 6, 1964. You can watch it here. There's a link to the original film, which is now in the public domain, so you can watch that. Of course, you can pay to watch it on, I think, NBC Peacock or all these different Amazon and all that kind of stuff. But the film is technically free for anybody to watch, so you can watch it in the public domain there, the link to it. Again, I love this film, and there's, for all sorts of reasons, the music, which we'll get to shortly, the animation, the characters are so iconic and beautifully designed. The story is super touching. You know, it's this great universal story. So Rankin and Bass, who later on went on to create all sorts of other kinds of incredible shows, also in collaboration with Hanna-Barbera. Like, let's just see. I mean, you can just see, we got The Adventures of Pinocchio, Gumby. They did an adaptation of Wizard of Oz. They also did The Little Drummer Boy. There's a couple other big ones. Frosty the Snowman. Santa Claus is Coming to Town. The Easter Bunny is Coming to Town. And you can see they started to kind of expand. The Year Without Santa. Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July, Rudolph's Shiny New Year, Frosty's Winter Wonderland. So yeah, they ended up producing tons of different stuff, and of course, you know, I'm not going to go through the whole list here. But those people who may or may not be familiar, I should also say that the entire animation was done in Japan by WOW Productions. as it was called back in the day. And so they created these puppets. And before I forget to say, almost all of the voices that you hear in this show were all done in Toronto, featuring an almost entirely Canadian cast. The only person who I believe was not Canadian was Burl Ives, the guy who sang the song. Billy Mae Richards, she was a voice actress and also actress, but she did the voice of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, although they credited her as Billy with a Y Richards, because they didn't want people thinking that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was voiced by a woman. They wanted, just like Bart Simpson is voiced by Nancy Cartwright, another female voice actor. The idea that, again, that would confuse people, and, as people are wont to do, get up in arms and get the torches out. How could this little masculine reindeer character be voiced by a woman? What kind of woke, insane thing is this? Right, so they credited her with a more masculine sounding name. I just thought that was very funny. So let's now, I want to talk about the characters. So if you've seen, if you're a fan of the Antiques Roadshow, you may have seen an episode where these Santa and Rudolph appear on the show. It's kind of a long story as to how they ended up there. And it's not necessarily known whether these were the original characters that were used in the show, or that these were display models used for photographs, potentially to photograph the image that we're about to paint today. It's believed that many of the, one story goes that Rankin took those characters home after they were filmed, because often they would just be thrown out after an animated film was made, because they're not really playful type dolls. They have all this kind of armature inside, so their arms can bend, which makes them look great on screen, but in person they're probably really stiff and awkward, and so not the greatest play toys. But he took them and he gave them to his kids to play with and their grandchildren, and they as kids do, they pull the arms off of things and bite the ears and the eyes off. And so they were thought to have been in so terrible shape that they were thrown out. There's another story of how they went into the attic, and that they might have been next to some sort of some kind of stovepipe kind of thing, and they melted, and then they were thrown away, or they got eaten by mice or moths. But some of those toys were discarded. Some of them have since ended up in so these are the ones I think were on the Antiques Roadshow that were subsequently purchased, and then they were restored. And so the restored version of them are at the Center for Puppetry Arts, which is in Atlanta, Georgia. Center for Puppetry Arts. Never been to Atlanta. It's always a place I've always wanted to go. I've always wanted to go down to the American South. I mean, I've been to Florida when I was a kid, but anyway. So if you're ever in that area and you want to check out a little bit of history, go to the Center for Puppetry Arts in Atlanta. I do want to talk quickly about the soundtrack to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Originally, even though many of the songs were quite popular, The soundtrack itself was not a big hit until it was released on CD, oddly enough. And a couple of the most famous songs, beyond Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, which again had come out before, recorded by Gene Autry. This time it had been re-recorded by Burl Ives, so that had another life as a single. But two other big songs, which had also come out before, but were included in the movie and kind of saw renewed attention, were A Holly Jolly Christmas and what is the other one? I can't. Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree by Brenda Lee. And you know what's fascinating? I just find it super interesting. I go down these like internet rabbit holes and I'm putting together these episodes. Is that you know that Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree? So that song, Brenda Lee was, I think, 12 or 13 years old when she recorded that song. Yeah, she's only 13 years old. So if you hear that song on the radio or in a department store when you're shopping this Christmas and you hear the original version, which is probably the version that you're most aware of, it kind of boggles the mind that a 13-year-old girl voiced that. She sounds much older. She sounds like she's in her 40s or something. So, and of course, Holly Jolly Christmas, voiced by Burl Ives, that also becomes a big hit as well. So you can listen to those. I think those links are in the description below. Maybe I won't go into who Burl Ives was and who, you know, very popular kind of voice actor and actor, singer, musician, etc. But long story short is that this is, you know, one of the most beloved TV specials, iconic set of characters ever created. The song Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is the second most played Christmas song of all time, right behind White Christmas by Bing Crosby. So if you go outside or turn on your radio, anytime, you're more likely to hear White Christmas or Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer more than any other song during the months of probably December and November and, hey, a little bit of October as well. So it's gone on to become super popular, and when I think of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, my mind instantly goes back to this special from 1964. Such an iconic character, and also, again, such a beautiful story of kind of turning one's greatest deficiency into one's greatest strength. And I think for many of us, that can also be something to, I think it's an important kind of, I was going to say, lesson, something to be mindful of, that maybe the very thing that you're most embarrassed about might be the very thing that makes you most unique and might give you the greatest opportunity to make change in the world, right? I think about, like, every major comedian uses their, talks about maybe their greatest deficit, whether that be their weight or their looks, or maybe they have a learning disability or physical impairment of some kind. They obviously they point it out, they make fun of it, and that as a way of diffusing, maybe they did that as a way of diffusing issues when they were younger, but also obviously it ends up being great material and catapults them into celebrity, right? So anyway, I just think that there's nothing not to like about this. It's also considered to be the I think it's, I have to, Oh yeah, so there was a survey that was done in 2018 that named Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer the most beloved holiday film. 83% of people have a generally positive response to the title, which is pretty high because a lot of people have conflicting feelings about Christmas, and not everybody associates positive things with Christmas, and particularly, like Christmas songs. Sometimes you hear like, oh, I can't stand if I hear another, Christmas song again, I'm gonna like go mad. But something about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer kind of resonates with people. Maybe even if you haven't even thought about it too much or what the meaning of it is, I think might be why. So, just before I move on here, I just want to give some shout-outs to El Supertero Fernandez. Says, I can't believe I'm watching this lesson live. Yeah, me too. I'm so glad you're there. Oh, wow, look at Madi. Thank you for the 2 donations. That is awesome. You're an all-star. Thank you. Kathy says, I liked Herbie the Dentist Elf. I almost did a painting here for today that was going to be Rudolph and the elf who wanted to be a dentist. But figured I would go with Rudolph and Santa because that would be maybe a little bit more obvious. But I do love the elf. Was that the name of the elf? Did not know it was Herbie. Or how do you spell it? Hermione? Hermione. Okay, did not know. I too thought it was Herbie. But then when I read that, I was like, Herbie, is that right? Is it Hermione? Hermie. Hermey. Hermie the elf. Okay, interesting. Hermie. Oh yeah, Deborah's saying the part where there's the roller coaster is the best, and the wolves and the eagle. Oh, yes. There's some incredible stuff going on in that film. Like, yeah, it's I've seen so many Christmas movies and TV shows over the past few weeks with my daughter. I think it's Polar Express where there's the ticket. Yeah, it's the ticket gets, the little girl loses her ticket, and the boy's got to give the ticket back, and the ticket blows out the window, and then I think, is that where the eagle catches it, and then it gets snatched by a wolf, and it goes all over, and then it eventually comes back into the train. Yes. My mind is like, I don't know, 50 different Christmas TV shows, specials, everything, just one big blob in my brain right now, which I'm sure a lot of parents can relate to. Derek says, question, hi Michael, I'm wondering, do professional artists do the tracing and transferring like we're doing? Should one aim to only use acrylic in a painting? Great question. And I was talking about this in an in-person painting class I was teaching yesterday. And the answer is sometimes. Absolutely. There's some of you may even remember, I remember there was someone who was part of our group, and I don't know if they're still around. I remember them saying how they told I think it was their husband that, they'd been painting all these paintings along with us for a while, and then their husband was like, wow, these are just so amazing, it's incredible, these accomplishments. And so she told them, like, oh, I print it out and I trace it onto canvas, and he was just immediately super disappointed in her and said that she was I can't remember the language that was used, but that she was cheating, and immediately I think she seemed extremely discouraged, and I think might have stopped making art entirely, which blows my mind how tragic that is. But it's not uncommon for people to feel that way. Yes, definitely. Do people believe it's cheating? Oh, absolutely, people do, 100%. And that's why artists don't talk about it at all, which is why often some people find it so surprising. But artists are small businesses. I'm a small business, right? And artists will use whatever tools are available to create their work as best as possible and as quickly as possible, right? And if there's a solution out there that will help you do a better job faster, I think you're an absolute fool not to use it. I give the example all the time is if you were to go to a dentist's office and sit down and the dentist said, you know, I hear you're there's a problem with one of your teeth. Well, I'm a real authentic dentist, and I don't really believe in cheating by using x-rays. So I'm just gonna, if you don't mind, open your mouth, I'll take a look, and I'm gonna use my creative dentist sense to determine which tooth needs to be pulled. And he pulls out the pliers and they're like, open up. You'd be like, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go to one of those cheaters and get an x-ray so that I'm not really confident in somebody just yanking my tooth out, right? Or if you were to go to an accountant who says, I don't believe in calculators, I do everything by hand, you'd be like, okay, well, like, you know, I'm sure you're probably pretty good at adding, but I kind of want, you know, I want to make sure that I don't get, you know, a call from the tax guy because there's a problem. So yeah, artists, you know, there's a great documentary that I should bring up on screen here, which, in fact, let's go into I have the book here too, but David Hockney. So I would say if you're watching this program right now, you should watch this documentary. It's called The Secret Knowledge. It was on BBC. There's a couple that have split it into 2 different videos. Highly, highly recommended. I can't recommend it enough, especially based upon the question you're asking right now. Because David Hockney he's probably one of the most important living artists of our time. He's we did an episode on David Hockney, and he's 87 years old, still painting, making probably some of his greatest art over the past decade or so, or even like last 20 years. Like the watercolors he was creating back in his home, in the English countryside where he's originally from, are some of my favorite watercolors of all time. But so he's a very well-known, super well-established artist, part of the canon. There's no question about it. But this documentary that is based on a book that he co-wrote with a scientist, talks about how artists going all the way back to the early Renaissance were using optical devices, kind of like what you see here. Oops, on screen. So what we have here is what's called a camera obscura, and it's essentially like a dark box, and it with a little lens on it. It's a camera. I mean, you hear it, camera obscura, right in the title, right? And so this device was originally created in the 1300s and allowed artists to take an image that was, somebody stands outside this box, the image is projected upside down, and the artist just traces that image right out. So artists have been using this technology for 600 plus years. It helps explain why all of a sudden we go from the medieval period where things are very stiff to instantly super lifelike images. And people like to pretend that it's just people just got really good at painting all of a sudden from nowhere. Just this all of a sudden. And to suggest anything else is heresy, right? Well, artists were very secretive, because if you were the only person in town who knew how to do this, everybody wanted to buy your paintings and hire you, right? So again, that's business. If you were the one, if you were a car company and everyone else had square wheels, and you come around and you invent circular weird, I was going to say spherical, but circular wheels, then your car is going to be much better than everybody else, and if you wouldn't tell all your competitors how you do it. Same thing with artists. So do some people consider it cheating? Of course. I think the majority of people who've never painted before think it's cheating. But I think anybody who's done this process still knows that it's no guarantee that your painting is going to turn out well at all. In fact, I'm sure probably anybody else, probably a lot of people watching is like, yeah, well, it might have helped a little bit, but you still have to know how to paint in order to take what we've got on the canvas right now into something beyond that, right? So it's just a tool just like anything else. There's other tools such as using grids. You could use a projector and projecting device of some kind, overhead projector, video projector. Another question Derek has: I was forced to use only acrylic and put down the general shape of objects and only add in details later. That was very challenging for me as a kid, so I gave up. Yeah, I mean, that is one approach to painting, is to sketch the whole thing out either with pencil or to paint it in, like you're talking about doing shapes. And that's an important skill. Like, I would say, once you you can use what we're doing in here to kind of understand how to paint better, and then once you've got some of those things down, then you can experiment with trying to do the method you're describing. But I would say that method is a pretty advanced, in fact, one of the most advanced ways of painting that exists. So it's kind of unfair to insist that children learn how to paint that way. Like, the way I would sort of describe it is it's sort of like learning how to drive on an automatic car versus a standard, like a stick shift, which I'm sure probably a lot of people, that might have been the way they learned how to drive. But if you're just learning how to drive, learning to shift those gears, that's a whole other really complicated thing to have to learn to do, beyond, shoulder checking and steering and parallel parking and all that kind of stuff. So I would say most people would agree if I said it would be much easier to learn to drive on an automatic car. Figure that out. Once you've got that out, then go and rent a standard car, or your uncle's got a old car in the garage, or a super fast car in the driveway. And then when you know how to do that, then learn how to do the stick shift, because that's the whole, it's why try to do all of that all at once. So, yeah, artists have a vested interest in promoting the idea that painting is extremely complicated, and that you might have to be born with this special talent, because that helps drive up the prices for art. Because if everybody knew how relatively easy it is to make a painting, artists feel that would hurt their sales, right? I don't see it that way. It's the same sort of thing that you can pretty much do and create anything you want by watching YouTube videos, right? You could learn how to build your own car or build your own computer. You can go to Radio Shack. People build their own computers all the time, but most people are like, really? Like, I really want to learn how to do all of that? You know what? I'll pay Apple to build a computer for me, and I'll just do it that way. And so there's plenty of people who will learn how to paint, even people who learn to paint from me, who are like, okay, wow, this is much easier than I thought. But you know, at the end of the day, you know what, I think I'll just pay somebody to make a painting for me, or buy a pre-made painting. I don't know if I have the wherewithal or the time to make something like this on my own. And by all means, yeah, no worries. But I don't think, so I personally believe that, you know, I'm happy to share that information. I got an email from somebody saying you shouldn't be sharing all of your lessons for free. It should be behind a paywall. And like, everyone is, you know, it's also going to put a bunch of other artists out of business because you're giving away all this information for free. And I was like, I mean, that would be great if literally all 6 or 7 billion people on Earth watched my videos and learned how to draw from me. But that hasn't happened yet, and those videos have been out there for 4+ years, let's say, particularly my drawing episodes. So the worry is not about giving away information, it's about encouraging people to do more of it, I think. Yeah, so maybe that answers a whole bunch of things, and maybe I should start painting here, get off my soapbox. But I would definitely question that whole mindset, and that's what I'm doing here, is helping to demystify the artistic process, and even at its most transparent level, where I show you how to do this image transfer process, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden, you know, your kid could do that kind of thing, right? It still takes time, you know, to be able to transfer this composition into something more complete, and that requires skill and patience and experience, right? Awesome. Thanks, Derek. Okay, so let's get back to today. You know what, maybe first thing, okay, so what I want to do is I want to get a little bit of an underpainting down, so that as I start to apply some colors, particularly in the background, I don't lose all of my pencil lines that I so carefully traced out here. And so what I'm going to do, it might be similar to what Derek was originally taught, which is to put an underpainting down. Now, underpainting is a word that is kind of contentious, because many people have very different ideas of what an underpainting consists of. So that's really important to understand, that not everybody agrees to what about what an underpainting actually is. Which is true for almost everything art related. There's very little agreement whatsoever on all of these terms. So some people see the underpainting as painting in big shapes, and then and just sort of blocking in the composition. And that's true. That is definitely one. In fact, that's probably the most common way that underpainting is used as a term. However, I like to think of underpainting as painting in some lines, so that when we paint the next layer, some of that painting that's underneath it kind of shows through around, let's say, where the eyes and the nose, the fingers, mouth, and things are. So what I've done, I'm going to mix my own black. I've got cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. And since those colors, especially the red, is on the opposite side of the color wheel from the cool yellow and cool blue, we mix this green together. The warm red is exactly opposite, and so they're going to cancel each other out and turn into black. Now I've just kind of squeezed this paint out. You notice I didn't measure it or anything. So the likelihood that it's going to turn out to be a perfect black is very low. So it's right now way more on the brown side of things. And that's because there's not enough blue. Essentially, if the you just look at the color you've got, and so if in this case it's brown, that tells me I need that to make a brown. You take yellow, red, and blue, but really you make an orange with yellow and red. Then you add a little bit of blue to it. So it tells me I've probably got enough yellow and red. So what is the missing component? Is blue. So I'm going to add more blue into my mixture to pull that brown into the middle of my picture. And it might not be super apparent on camera, but that's pretty good. Again, it's not rocket science here. I'm not going to measure this out completely. I'm just concerned about getting close enough. Now, I've been painting long enough that I would probably just skip this step personally. But, you know, if you're a beginner or novice painter, you'd probably find this very helpful. And trying to just skip right over it, because of impatience, could be a bit of a misstep, because you might regret not being, you know, if you don't know where all of the details go. So I'm not going to paint over every line, but I am going to paint over maybe some of the most important ones. And then the rest I can kind of figure out on my own. So you can see I'm not going back over these lines and trying to make them all pretty and perfect. That's not what this step is for at all. Remember, it's the underpainting. So ideally, or not ideally, but in most likely this will all be, you know, never, these brushstrokes I'm painting right now probably not ever be seen by anybody. So it would be a waste of time to try to get them super accurate. So, you know, these boots are supposed to be black. So while I've got black here mixed, I might as well put a little bit of this black on here. You can see I'm also using the paintbrush I mixed as kind of like a handheld palette. So instead of just wiping this off on a rag, I've got it right here. I can use it. Itchy nose. Sometimes you can actually let a little bit of this kind of come through very faintly. And so as the more experience you get with this kind of thing, like let's say on this beard, for instance, I might not want, you know, big black lines in the middle of this white beard. Oops, for Santa Claus. Gosh, I was probably nothing on camera there for a few minutes, hey? So I might not want a big black line around Santa's beard, but if as I paint this, I paint over top of some of these lines and a little bit of that black shows through as kind of a bit of a gray, then that's perfect. In fact, sometimes a little bit of texture coming off the brush with this particular approach can be helpful, because even if the pencil lines themselves get obliterated, or even the underpainting gets obliterated, being able to see some of the texture from your underpainting can be really helpful. Right, you just tilt the painting up on the side like, oh, I see the corner tip of that fingertip there. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to paint the trees. I'm not too worried about having to do that, so. And once again, I clean my brush off on a rag. I almost put it in my tea. Before I put it in the water. This is going to help me keep a relatively clean thing of water here over the course of today's painting. It's also going to mean when I dump this down the sink at the end of today's episode, much less paint goes down into the pipes, and almost all of that's just going to go right out into the ocean, right? And, maybe I'll have sushi tonight, and I don't want to have in my sushi some of my paint that I used to make the last painting, right? I want it as clean of fish as possible. So I'm going to back that back up. Cleanest fish. I want as few microplastics, as acrylic paint is plastic, right? So I don't want to have too much plastic going, getting into the food system if I can help it. Okay. One second here. So, let's move on to the next step. Now that we've got the image transferred, the Imprimatura, and then our underpainting completed, let's start working on the background. As you probably know by this point, I like painting the background in, at least starting it, before I work on the foreground. That way, especially if I can get the background in and get some of that yellow Imprimatura covered up, it's going to help me more accurately mix the colors in the foreground. As well, I might start the background, work on the foreground for a little bit, come back to the background, ultimately painting the foreground in front so that literally brushstrokes from the foreground are overlapping brushstrokes from the background, literally propelling that element forward in front of the background. That's just another little way to help create the illusion of depth and space in a painting. So let's look at the original and just think about where we want to start here. So I think I'm going to start with the sky. I'm going to start with a cool blue sky. I am going to give it a little bit of a grayish quality too, though. So let's take, where should we do this? Let's take some white. A bit more. So I've taken some white, and let's mix this in with some blue. And I'm going to take some black there as well. Now I do think that that sky's got a bit of a slightly warmer quality. So I'm going to take a bit of my cool red and bring it in here. That's going to give it a slightly purpley quality. Without it going warm. Now I'm going to make a bigger mixture because I don't want to run out in a little bit here. Now, is that going to be too dreary? I'm going to put a bunch more cool blue in there, yeah. I don't want it to look like it's a sad Christmas. Okay. I got lots of paint that was riding up that brush, so.
Here are some results.
Echo, stop. My device there just woke up and wanted to chat with me. About what? I don't know. I should probably have waited a moment, but. So now that I've painted all that in, I'm just going to try to brush across so I don't see this like too much noodling in and around these shapes. I think I'm going to bring sides down a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that and just take a look and see how that color's behaving. Got a new hair dryer since our last, if you remember the last episode, the one I had was on the Fritz. So I got a new hair dryer. Okay, so now I'm just gonna look at this, see if it's as even as I want, and not quite. There's a few places where it's a bit more transparent, and no surprise, it's down here on the bottom, where the paint was thinner as I was applying it. It was much thicker at the top of the painting, where I didn't really have any concerns about being delicate. So this is why when I'm painting a bigger area, I often will go out of my way to mix a bigger batch, so that because I don't want to run out. Because if I ran out and had to mix this color again, good luck. Oops. Enough. Okay, so let's now mix a different color for the snow. And if we just look at this, that snow it has a little bit of a purpley quality to it. So let's take, where should I do this? Take a little bit of my blue and a little bit sorry, it wasn't on camera again. Okay, I need a lot more white. that tree there. So this will allow me to, now that I've got kind of this middle value, I can darken the snow, but I can also lighten the snow and give some highlights on here. Rather than just starting, because people are like, oh, I want to just paint the snow white. It's white after all. Well, sometimes snow is white, pure white, but most of the time it's not. Most of the time it's reflecting lots of other colors. So my goal is not to paint this perfectly. Really what I'm trying to do is paint even a little bit over top of my lines. That's why a little bit of this underpainting is so useful. Because if we were just doing this with pencil lines, it could be pretty challenging for some people. Okay, I'm gonna get a smaller brush in. Before it's all dried up, I'm gonna go back over again with my bigger brush. Just paint out those fiddly lines. So where I'm painting with this smaller brush, I'm almost positive I'll have to come back and do a second coat here because it's going to be much thinner than the thicker areas I've already painted. Santa's sleeve and hands. I think I'll just start painting those in as well. You know, assuming you've got enough of this background color to go around. I might very deliberately paint the hair a different white, even underpainting. But I think I can paint this belt buckle the same color. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this. Okay, so I'm going to do another little bit with this color. Areas of transparency. Now, worst comes to worst, I can always put like highlights back over or shadows on anything where I feel like I've missed a bit of, there's a bit maybe more yellow showing through. Not that that's a bad thing, but if it does drive me a little bit crazy, I certainly wouldn't feel like I'm screwed. That sky is definitely way cooler than the original, hey? I don't mind that one bit. But definitely it's going to be one of those things that probably be the first thing most people would see. Like, whoa, that's very different. But, you know, as I say all the time, different does not equal bad. Which sounds super obvious, but I can't tell you how many times when I'm teaching, people get all upset because their work looks different than the original. And I'm like, oh, that looks great. And they're like, no, it's terrible. Look how different it is. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, no, but I want it to look the same. Okay, well, you can eventually get there and learn how to do that, but it's okay if things look a little bit different. You know, you have the rest of your life to worry about perfection. You got to learn how to paint first, though. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this one more time. Where do I gotta find a new place to put my hair dryer? Okay. I am wondering, just looking at these, that sky, do I want to fade a little bit of a lighter color up into that sky? What if I did? If I kind of just come up a little bit, would that be? So let's, how would I want to do this? Let's take, glazing fluid. So you could see there was quite a substantial amount of glazing fluid in this paint. So I would say there's maybe 80% glazing fluid to, I don't know what those ratios would have been, maybe 5% blue and then 15% of my white there. bring a bit of that down here too. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that. We'll see how this looks. Doesn't look great right now, but that's okay. Okay, let's do that again. So I'm going to go back in the opposite direction. I'm going to take a little bit of my leftover background blue, mix it in with some glazing fluid, so I can help kind of clean up anything that I'm not too... black on there. So close. So close, Michael. Ah. Okay. So I gotta go back the opposite direction now. Looks like there might have been a patch of paint that didn't fully dry. Oh, Michael. Okay, so I'll see if I can fix this. If not, I'm going to put a cloud there. That's where that black came from. Darn it. Okay, I like how that looks, except for this area right in the center. Unfortunately, I've ran out of my background blue, so everything else looks really well faded, but I don't have enough there. I could continue blending the bottom up there, but I think we'll go on to one of Bob Ross's favorite little tricks, which is to put in a cloud. I'm gonna blow dry this first. Okay, so I'm just gonna look at some images of the North Pole. I want to. Okay, those rainbow things are beautiful. Okay, not sure. See, when I was at the North Pole, it was a lot like this, just totally solid colors, like the light is diffused like that. Might go for something like this. In fact, I can kind of take I was going to take my snow color, but maybe I'm just going to keep it a little bit simpler. Take my... Whoa, that's very pink. This is drying quickly. bit more of this pink. It's pretty subtle, but Stephanie says, "Hi everyone, I love this episode. Happy holidays. I just got home from work. I was hoping to paint along. It's okay. I'm enjoying the process." Awesome. Nice to see you, Stephanie. Happy holidays to you and your family as well. Okay, so that might be enough. I'll have to see if I want to make those clouds any more pink. Even though, you know, I mean, I love this image that I've just found, but I just don't want to overdo it. Let's, I want to get more of the painting, and then I might be like, yeah, that's fine. Or I might be like, you know what, I kind of like that. Maybe I want to put a bit more pink, maybe even a bit of yellow or orange in there. So, happy with that. So again, you can see why I've done a number of things here, such as painting my underpainting lines, because that, you know, if I was doing this without any of those lines, you know, like where the hat is, the hands, there'd be a lot of areas where I'd be pretty screwed right now. If I didn't know, you know, anything about drawing, which is why, even though I'm painting, knowing about drawing would help me if I did obliterate things like the hand. I'd be able to kind of be, because of my knowledge of drawing and proportions, I'd be able to be like, oh, I can figure out where to put that hand. Which is why you might want to do the drawing course that I created here on YouTube for free. A little shout out for that. Okay. What should I do next? I think I'm going to do some shadows in the snow next. So maybe I'll take this color I was just mixing it. I got this yellow, or sorry, not yellow, that white. Let's see, I got any cool red. Sorry, cool blue and white. And a bit of cool red in here. I'm also going to, for the first time, take a bit of cool blue. Put that in there. So notice I haven't put really any black in there yet. Yeah. So now I'm just going to take this same color but dilute it significantly, just so I can get little variations in the snow here. Okay, it's super subtle, probably a little bit too subtle, so we're going to amp it up a little bit in a few places. In fact, I think I want just a bit more of that pinkish quality. Ah, it was a little much. Now I'm going to make this shadow darker. It certainly won't hurt to have the same color in and around, just complicating the space a little bit. Okay. Cool. Okay, so I have no idea if any of that really shows up on camera. But that's exactly what I want for this stage anyway, right here. Just before I move on from the snow, I'm just going to go back in and glaze with a little bit of like pure white. And just kind of give a little bit of highlight. So I've been kind of progressively darkening. Or we might want the opposite in a few places where the sun is hitting it pretty straight on. There's glazing fluid and pure white right out of the tube. It's hard when you're using glazing fluid and white to judge just how opaque it actually is, because they both look white. I'm starting down at the bottom because I know that that area is absolutely going to have some white. think that might be good enough, but let's blow dry it and see. Oof. Old man knees don't like bending. Speaking of old men and knees, I think my dad was in the hospital getting a knee replacement the past week. Earlier when I was checking my text messages, it looked like I just finally got home. I'm sure he's very happy to be out of the hospital. Okay, I should probably move on from that. Do I want to paint? Yeah, I have to blow dry all of this. I guess I could keep those brushes like that. Okay. Okay, let's take some warm blue. I'm just going to mix it right into this same color I've been using. I mean, it doesn't, it still appears kind of light, but it'll be dramatically darker than everything else down here. So I'm just going to add lots of glazing fluid in. I have to be careful. I'm just thinking, I don't want this to look like they're standing in a puddle. I want this to make it look like a shadow. So I'm going to have to kind of modulate the snow here to make it look like there's footprints and things around, I think. So I'm just adding a little bit more chaotic elements here, so it's not so uniform. And so the darkest side of these lumps is going to be on the left side. Since the light is kind of coming from the left, the darkest side is going to be catching the shadow. Versus the right side will be getting a highlight if we want to put one there. I just took more warm blue. Harsh says, hi, how have you been doing? It's been so long. It's been so long since what? Since we last spoke? Or since you last saw me? I mean, I've been doing this every week for 5 years, so... I'm going to put a bunch more cool red in here, a bit more cool blue. Or sorry, warm blue and cool red gives it a bit more of that purpley quality. I'm going to take a little bit of black, maybe just a bit more. For this shadow. In fact, I should blow dry all that because I want to paint over top of all of this. Sorry, I think that was unmuted and then I muted it once the hairdryer was done, so I guess you can know what the hairdryer sounds like. I took some actual black. I'm going to bring up the original here side by side. And I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm going to lighten this up just ever so slightly. I'm going to take this blue that I was using earlier. I just want to come into the shadows and paint. Just a little bit of I'm trying to just paint a little bit of kind of reflected light happening in some of those darker areas. I might even put a little bit of green and brown, and or not green, red and brown and things like that to show the reflections from their bodies on the snow. See, right now, like, when I look at it, it looks like, whoa, it's way too dark. But then I look at the original, I go like, whoa, it's way too light. So that tells me that's probably a good time to move on from there and save some of that tinkering for a little bit later. I think I just want to... maybe I should just quickly break this into... I'm almost ready to move on from the background, but I'm going to paint my trees in now. It would be easier to get those in, and therefore I can just really focus purely on the foreground for the remaining of the episode. So, let's take a look at these trees. So I could just go in and paint them really dark like you see in the photograph. I'm going to kind of go for a little bit lighter so they're not quite so dominant. So I've got my cool blue and cool yellow together. It gives it a super bright green. Now obviously I don't want to go quite like that. It's a bit too much. I'm going to take a bit of cool red, mix that in, and it'll start to go a little bit more on the brownish side of things. So it's going to darken this cool green. That might be pretty good. Let's take some white, black. So we're kind of making a gray. So you can kind of see that's where that's a really saturated green, and here's the green I'm going to use. So it's been desaturated so that it's in fact, you know what? Maybe I should make a lighter version. Paint the trees in behind first. Now I'm going to the green that I mixed, the darkest green. So obviously I'm also not going for that out of focus look that's in the original. That would just be too difficult for the purpose of this episode. I don't know if I'm gonna... I might just decide to omit all of the decorations on these trees. Just to save myself some time. I think I'll do that. Dodo says, you look like him, the yellow Santa Claus. Yellow... Oh, yes. We do have similar mustache, and I am similarly rotund. It's like the yellow Santa Claus. What are we talking about here? Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that. So already I feel like, man, those shadows should be darker, shouldn't they? But you know what? Before I fiddle with all of that, let's just keep moving forward. The darkest color I've just used might only... I'm going to put this in the background for some of the shadows on the tree. So I've just added more cool blue and warm red in here. Take a tiny bit of warm blue. And then I'm taking this lightest color that I used for those trees in the background and using this as a highlight color. Now I could fiddle with this a while longer. I do feel a lot of urgency to move on. I'm wondering, should I do the shadows on the snow back there now, or just be done with it, move on? Even, well, do I have any of that color still around? I think I do. It might be best just to do this now, just be done with it. I should blow dry that. Dodo, your green sweater looks so cute. Thank you. I did get it really cheap at the mall. They were having a sale while my daughter and I were on our way to go see Santa Claus. I spotted, we got to see Santa. We had made an appointment. We got there a little bit early, walked around the mall, saw this, and was like, okay, I should probably get a new Christmas sweater. 25 bucks. Beautiful. Do it. The one thing that makes me anxious is now those trees are pretty dark. That means if that's how dark that is, everything in front needs to be darker. Particularly the shadows below Rudolph and Santa. So, the only question in my mind is, do I want to do that now or later? It's hard. That's the thing, is it's hard to... It would be beneficial to do it now, because then I don't have to do it later, right? Obviously. But it is kind of hard to know exactly how dark it is until I get any of the figures painted, really. So, I think I'm going to kick that down the road for a little bit here. And start working on the foreground. Yeah, I feel like that's probably good enough. I'm just going to quickly blow dry this to set it and stuff. Okay. Now we've got our background potentially done. Maybe we need to do a little more. We won't really know until we get some of the foreground figures established, and that'll give us a clear idea if the background is done or not. So we've even painted some of the shadow underneath Rudolph and Santa. Again, I'm not sure. I think they're probably going to have to be darker than they currently are, just because of how dark I made the trees in the background. But we don't really know. So let's start putting in some colors, some of what we call the local color for Rudolph and Santa. The local color is sort of the color unmodified with value. So, you know, when you think of like, so if we were painting this tube of paint, the local color would be the cyan blue, the cerulean kind of blue that we see here. But I see reflections from the lights. I see some reflections from the green of my clothes, some shadows. Those are other things that I'll put over top of it, but the local color would be the cyan, right? So in this case, the local color for Rudolph is a brown. The local color for Santa's beard is going to be probably, I was going to say white, but it might change a little bit. And then, you know, red and so on and so forth, right? So let's start putting in a bunch of these local colors. So there's the original. Where should we start? I'm thinking about starting maybe with Santa's, yeah, the red of Santa's clothes. I'm sorry, I'm just looking up at his hat here, noticing something. Anyway, yeah, let's take I'm going to take my warm red and mix it in. Get a little bit of white, just a tiny bit of white in here. Oops. So I'm taking my warm red, putting a bit of titanium white in there. And that's going to help block out whatever was underneath this. So like, for instance, especially the hat up here where we've got, you know, when I painted the sky, even that, you can still see some of that coming through. So it looks a little bit darker than I like, but because the blue sky coming in underneath this red gives it a bit of a kind of slightly brownish kind of quality, because there was the yellow there. Now there's a layer of thin blue. So and then where's the edge of Santa's head here? I want to make sure that this Santa's hat, that his head doesn't all of a sudden appear extremely small, because it doesn't. The hat comes down too low. I think that's good. I'm a little bit upset with myself that I didn't put enough white of the snow. Here I am pointing to it, and I actually just go in and paint into it. So, yeah. Anyway, not a big deal, but it's a deal. Not a big deal, but a deal. Makes me think of that song. Not a long time, but have a good day. This, whatever, the sun can't shine every day. We're here for a long time. Or, I don't know what it meant, but not a long time. I guess that doesn't make any sense. We're here for a good time, that's right. We're here for a good time, but not a long time. Ah! Here I am cleaning this area up, and I inadvertently make a mess elsewhere. I don't know who sings that song that I'm thinking about, but I remember it was on that album. Was it Sun Jammin' 94 or something? One of those compilation albums. Also had Tide is High by Blondie on there. So I'm going to blow dry this, and I'm just going to do a second coat without any white in there. One thing that's so nice about this studio is I'm right in the middle of Vancouver, but I cannot hear anything outside. The acoustics in here are awesome. And then especially when I got these fans running, so right now, I mean, I can't hear the music that you can hear. But it's just, and those fans are so it's just so conducive to making me want to sleep. Like my daughter's got a sound machine that you know, I think a lot of kids have those things ever since she was a baby. It's kind of this white noise machine. And it helps me sleep. As soon as that thing goes on, I'm like, okay, try to read before bed, and good luck when that sound machine goes on. So, okay, yeah, I was gonna mix a brown now. So let's take our warm yellow. I'm gonna mix it directly into this red. Gives me a nice orange. And actually, not bad. I mean, the Rudolph's fur is kind of orangey brown, which tells me I basically just need a small amount of blue. I put a lot in there, but actually that's not bad. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good orangey brown right there. There is still a little bit of white that I put in there. I mean, by this point we're talking about such a minuscule amount that that's how powerful titanium white is. Even though there's a very little of it in this mixture, it still has quite a lot of strength to overpower colors in the background or behind it. Ah, man, I just noticed this missing. Oh man, the snow right between the legs. Oh, I knew it. I knew there was gonna be. There's a little gap there between the ears. Oh man, that's a major oversight. Major oversight, Michael. I've been painting on this for hours already. How did I miss that? You'd think I would have caught that earlier. Put a cloud there. I don't know how much paint I've got left. I don't think I've got any of that snow paint remaining. Now I know Rudolph's face is not brown entirely, like the mouth and everything is white. But you know what? I'm gonna paint this brown anyway. do that with the tail too. So I'm gonna have to do a second coat here. I'm just now spreading some paint around to try to prevent any big texture variations. Okay. You know what, I'm going to finish painting the second coat on Rudolph here before all this paint dries up. Make a little pile of this color so that it can, if it dries, I'm not out of luck. Maybe I'll even keep that brush there. Okay, let me see. Is there by any miracle any of this paint still active? Can I paint with it? I'm just going to do another coat. Now that looks pretty good, pretty convincing. Not a disaster anymore. The only thing is that we have this glaze that goes over top of it in parts. So I'm just going to take some of my dark purple and just try to kind of lightly that's okay. Oh, that was not, should have, I don't know how I missed that. Let's blow dry that again. Got the 4-hour tea steep going on here. Woo! Yerba mate. Love the yerba mate. So okay, so now I'm going to start painting in these eyes of Rudolph here. So this is, it's a white, but not pure white. There's a little bit of pink in there from, where did I use that pink? Oh, from the cloud. Basically, this is my cloud color. So now I do think I can clean my brown brush that I had color from Rudolph, because I'm happy with how my little fix between the legs turned out. My hand keeps smudging paint. Or not smudging, stamping paint around. Got a bit of brown in this white as I was just mixing it. But then I was like, you know what, maybe that's not such a bad thing. So I'm going to really embrace that little bit of brown that got in here and deliberately mix it in for, let's say, the cuffs of his clothes. Like around his hat and the trim on his sleeves. I like that it's just a little bit different than everything else. like that. I like that little bit of a very super subtle brown. Just helps separate it from the other brown, from the other whites that we have here. Obviously got a lot of snow, which itself is kind of more of a purpley quality. We have the white of his beard, mustache, eyebrows, white of the gloves. We've got kind of this, a little bit more of this. Maybe I'll just add a little more brown for the ears and the belly of Rudolph. So let's just do that exact thing here. Sorry, oops. Taking that same color, I've added a little bit more yellow in there. It's very close to a Caucasian skin tone. Maybe it's a little bit lighter, which is what we want, though. Sorry, I wasn't on camera that whole time. Painting Rudolph's tail there. So one reason I just decided to paint all of Rudolph's fur brown so even though I'm going back in and I'm painting over top, a little bit of that brown is going to come through. So first of all, it made my life a little bit easier. It makes it go a little bit faster. But it also is kind of likely that we would have a little bit of that color underneath, and I'd rather have that color there than anything else. Okay, I'm going to move on from that, and let's mix a skin tone for Santa. It's going to be very similar. Just a little bit, oops. A little bit more peachy. Okay, I'm going to blow dry out this whole painting. Maybe do another little coat of that on the face. Okay, what was I doing? I was zoned out as to what I want to do next. Let's do Santa's. Do I want to do? Maybe I want to actually do some of the shading. Yeah, maybe let's do a little bit of shading on Santa's face right now, because then I'll put the hair on top of it. So let's take the skin color. In fact, let's take. I'm just going to take it, bring it over to where my black is. Let's take a tiny bit of black. A little bit of glazing fluid. It's going to make it more transparent, but easier to use and blend, soften those edges, etc. Won't dry quite so quickly, so if I am unhappy with it, I can wipe it all away. I forgot Santa's glove over here. Now, I think that was pretty close to a pure white that I used for Santa's other glove. So let's... just putting a bit of glazing fluid to make it a little bit more fluid. More fluid. I was going to say fluiditic? Fluiditic? I don't know what that means. More fluid-like. Okay, let's, I'm going to mix a gray now. Let's take our black. Let's put, I'm going to put it right here with where the blue is. Let's take our white. In fact, let's use a bigger brush here. Now, I think I'm going to use this for Santa's beard and eyebrows, mustache. Obviously, I'm going to lighten this up with, with white. This is because, like, his beard is has gray in it, right? So we can use this as maybe like one of the darker colors and then lighten up on top of it. I can also use this for the belt buckle down there. Cam Guy says, keep up the good work. One of my favorite holiday movies. That's awesome. Thanks for tuning in and leaving a comment. That's awesome. A big debate I saw the other day on the internet was, is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Die Hard with Bruce Willis takes place during Christmas. So do you consider Die Hard a legitimate Christmas movie or not? Apparently some people have very strong opinions about it. But it is the internet. There's lots of very strong opinions on the internet about everything. If you can think it, someone's got a very, very strong opinion about it. Should we do the boots and belt next? I think so. So let's take our black. Cam guys says, if you have an opinion, you'll always find someone else claiming to be an expert online. Totally. Oh yes. I know that for sure. There's always somebody who's got more experience, more inside information, who knows somebody who was there. And they have it on good authority that you are right, or that they are right and you are wrong. It used to happen to me a lot more, where I would get some real wackos in the comments of these live streams. Haven't had so many crazies lately. I don't know what that's about. Not that I'm complaining. So I'm having to make the belt thicker to give the shape of the belly. I'll just extend the belt buckle down a little bit. glazing fluid here. This black paint has been kind of sitting around doing nothing for 3 hours, so it's starting to get a little gummy. So often, even if I'm going to go back and use that same color, I'm just going to clean those brushes off a little bit. Sometimes, you know, they get a little bit gummy themselves. So I'm going to blow dry this. See a pretty strong ridge here. Is this a stupid idea? Might have been from my underpainting. Maybe I should just clean that brush off after all. I need to get this belt buckle fixed. sanding that belt buckle. Ah. Oh, just leave it, Michael. It's one big belt buckle now. So I'm going to take my white and glazing fluid. Okay, we'll let that dry. We'll come back with more white as we go, but let's get a bit more gray going on. Because I want to continue this glazing here. In fact, let's start a new chapter. Are we on? Not sure if we did a foreground 2 already. Okay, things are coming along great. What I want to do now is start putting some shading on Santa, you know, his gloves, hat, all of his clothes, as well obviously on Rudolph as well. But we'll focus right now on Santa since that's where I've been working on for a little bit here. So I've just mixed up a gray with my black that I made earlier, right near the beginning for my underpainting. And I've got this gray that's got a some glazing fluid in it already. So let's see, where should we? I'm kind of pushing back on some of the stuff I just did. Not sure how much of this is going to come across on camera because it's so subtle, at least at this stage. I'm not going to worry too much about replicating the original here. My goal right now is just to finish the painting. And Lisa says, looking good. Thank you, Lisa. That's very sweet of you. So still work to do, but we're getting closer. I do feel like these trees back there are still a little bit too intense color-wise. Not sure I'm gonna bother. I was thinking, do I want to glaze a little bit of white on them to push them back? I don't know if it's worth it. But again, this is the difference between a painting and a photograph. In the photograph, totally fine. We get it, that those trees are further away and that they're dark, no problem. But in a painting, if we do that, it's going to look like this is a hat floating on top of Rudolph's head here. Right? It won't make any sense. So we have to do things differently. We're not making a photograph, we're making a painting. And sometimes we have to do it differently, or as I sometimes will say, sometimes we got to paint it wrong to make it look right. Okay, I want to blow dry again. Okay. I guess let's do some shading on Rudolph next. We haven't looked at him in a little while, so let's take our black and this brown. Ooh, that's going to be pretty dark. So, well, close. I wonder, do I want to put any highlights on here? Or I'm going to go around and finish off those eyes in a little bit. Oh, the hoofs. Let's bring that back into... So one thing, as soon as I put the black in for Santa's boots, I was saying to myself, yeah, these shadows are going to have to get darker. I mean, I knew that they were. Remember, I decided to deliberately move on just in case I didn't have to do anything to them. But, you know, now that, you know, there's all this black down here, it just doesn't feel like those feet are quite grounded enough. I mean, that is getting pretty close. I guess I... Where do I want to focus on just next? I think I might... Well, maybe I should blow dry this. I think I can get rid of this brown on this brush here. I'm pretty satisfied with most of Rudolph. There's still a few things I want to do there, but I think, once again, just reminding, like, I've done this entire painting, been painting for about 4 hours with this one old salsa mug full of water, right? Whenever I paint do classes in person, there's always people who, and I have like big jugs of water that after like 10 minutes, they're cleaning the water, and unless you're planning on drinking it, you don't need to be cleaning the water all that often, right? You want to clean your brushes really well at the end of the session, but you don't need to be cleaning the water that frequently. Just while I was thinking about that. Just getting this gray back on my brush. Needs to be a bit darker. should just leave that, let that dry while I work on other things. Jeez. Let's just show. Maybe now I'm going to take a little bit of red, bring this into my gray. Do I have any white left over? I guess. Get a bit more white on here. Like this little bit of pink reflection. Okay, getting close. I was hoping I'd still have a little bit of this green left over. I guess not. Don't need much of it. I just wanted to clean up a little bit. Getting really close to finishing. There's still a bunch of things I want to do, but I think it's good enough to start calling this the beginning of the end of this painting. So a few little things I want to do. I need to kind of work on the nose of Santa's nose. Maybe a little bit more on the beard, some highlights this time, and maybe even some pretty dark shadows. I need to put the shading on Santa's clothes. There's none of that except on the fringes. I need to do a little bit of outlining here and there and some highlights, let's say, on the boots and So just a bunch of little things, right? Those little finishing touches is what we need to do. Jesco says, y'all have similar mustaches. Yeah, a little bit, hey? I think won't be too long before I can convincingly pass as a Santa Claus. Maybe that'll be my part-time job one day. After I retire, I'll just be a local Santa Claus. Okay, so to do the shading on the clothes, let's take a little bit of red and black. So I took some red and black. Both my hands are kind of sore. The other day I was walking home. It was really dark out. One of the lamps was out just right down the street from my house on the way home from teaching, and I slipped on the sidewalk and fell. It was one of those like long falls where you're like falling. Oh no! Here we're going down. And I fell and kind of hurt my hands, I think, you know, and kind of bracing myself for impact, and both of them really ache. I'm not, you know, I didn't break anything, or it was definitely one of those falls where you get up and like, did anybody see that? Oh my goodness, that's embarrassing. Because there's no snow out here in Vancouver. I should knock on wood. As soon as I say that, I'm like, yeah, I've been painting for a while. I don't think snow was on the forecast, but leave it to me to jinx the city. It's just an uneven step on a slightly rainy evening in the dark. starting to come together, starting to get that more dimension happening here. Okay, so let's continue to darken. None of that's on camera, Michael. Somebody says, "Hi, Michael. Thanks to your drawing classes, I've learned how to draw without fear of judgment. I intend to keep improving and wanted to leave a thank you note here. So thank you again and happy holidays." Oh, that's so cool. Thank you so much. What a great comment. I love that. Man, that is so cool. I'm blown away. That is so... I mean, everything... I mean, I'm happy that you know how to draw, but happy that you can draw without judgment is... That's better than I could have hoped for sure. That's huge. Sip of tea to ya. I'll drink to that any day. Wow, so cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. Wow, I love that. Very cool. Just made my day. Awesome. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I could be convinced that I'm almost done here. I mean, or that I am done. What else? Oh, a little bit of outlining I still want to do, I guess. I should probably strongly consider the shadow down there, too. Great, not on camera once again, of course, obviously. Why would I? Ay, 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 how did that all smudge? This black is starting to get pretty grumpy. It's been sitting here since what, like 4:30, 5 o'clock, 6 hours ago. Black, but diluting it significantly, just for some little areas that need to get darker, but not too dark. Actually, let's just erase that. Did not like that. Whew. I just broke my paintbrush. put a little highlight on these shoes. So I'm just take my gray to start. Get a little bit more black. Okay, and then so I want to go back lastly with a bit of white to do some highlights here and there. White on Rudolph's tail here. And I've really got in my mind the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer song is just playing incessantly in my mind, which is good since that's what we're painting. It'd be better that than pretty much any other song while I'm painting this, but just kind of cracks me up. Okay, do I want to darken these shadows lastly? I mean, I could probably, I mean, obviously I could have gotten away with this painting long ago, but it might be nice just to darken right next to those feet. Let's again take our glazing fluid. Let's start with Rudolph's feet first here. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that, maybe do one more layer. feels better. They feel way more grounded now. Just as I'm looking at this, one thing that's bothering me is the mustache. It's way too dark in there. It starts to look like a bit of a different type of mustache that a certain notorious mass murderer had in the 20th century. So that feels better. Okay, I'm just looking around now. Trying to think if I can call that a day. I think maybe... Ah! Yep, I think I'm good enough to walk away. Okay. Boom. Killing me. Just gonna quickly blow dry it so I don't do anything just terrible to it. Ooh, okay. Okay. Awesome. So we've made it to the end of another episode. It's time to take a look at what we've created side by side with the original and do a little evaluation. Did it turn out the way I wanted or not? Maybe just quickly before we do so, just encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. It doesn't cost you a penny. But if you want to support the channel with a little bit of pocket change, you could use the QR code there on the screen. You could scan it with your phone, or you could enter that email, I always say email, web address there, the PayPal me / Markowsky art. It'll take you right to my page where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. And thank you, as always, to those people who've been supporting the channel faithfully for years. I'm very, very grateful. All of the money just goes right back into the show. It's not like I'm making millions of dollars and living on a beach in Hawaii, right? It just goes to help buy new equipment, because occasionally over the past 5 years things die, like the hair dryer last week, and this week it was the printer. So I got to get a new printer. So thank you for those of you who helped buy a new hair dryer this past week. You can also make a donation in a few other ways, such as an e-transfer. My email is on the Facebook group and my website. Both of those links are down there below. And speaking of the Facebook group, I encourage you to join that group and post a photograph of your work, whether it's Santa and Rudolph, or it's a drawing. Maybe you're doing the drawing course. I still want to support you in your artistic journey. And so anything that's on that Facebook group, I will take a look at it and give some free feedback. So if you want to get a little bit better, that's a great way to do it, right? Getting a little bit of feedback so you know whether you're going in the right direction or the wrong one. So that's what their Facebook group looks like. So drum roll, please. There's the original and my version side by side. Okay. Well, obviously there's lots of differences. And, probably most clearly right at the top there is the sky. So I put in this deliberately cooler blue sky to help create a little bit more depth. And as I was doing some of the blending and glazing, there was a little spot there that just kept coming back, and rather than fight it and just keep on going back and forth, I was like, let's just put a cloud there, just like Bob Ross would do. And so I think that turned out okay. Other things that I've omitted are the decorations on the trees. And obviously I didn't try to do the trees slightly out of focus. I could have done that, but that would have added an extra hour on top of things. And I don't think the trees are what people are thinking about when they look at this painting. So I'm fine without those details. If anything, they could have been a little bit lighter, and like I could have tinted them or toned them down a little bit, meaning I could have either added white or gray to them just to push them a little bit further back. They're a little bit, even though I did that, but still they still feel saturated enough that they're kind of coming a little bit too forward for my taste. But anyway. In terms of the foreground, Santa and Rudolph, pretty happy with the way these guys turned out. You recall there was an area here between these two legs that I forgot to paint the background color in, which could have been disastrous. I happen to have just the smallest amount of this paint left over that I was able to fill that gap, and I think it's unnoticeable now. What else? Or major differences or areas. The Santa in the original might have some of the shadows are a little bit darker than what I've got. I could have gone a little bit darker, and I could have also popped the highlights a little bit more. I didn't do that because that's just stuff that you could just work on endlessly. There's something about Santa's hand on Rudolph's neck there that just looks super cartoony, and I know that this is very cartoony to begin with. There's something about that I don't like, that just feels too Mickey Mouse-ish kind of thing. They're just too big and round and floppy and less kind of human-like. Elsewhere. Not something wrong with the shape of his outfit. I don't know what it is. Maybe, I think this just kept coming out, swinging outward. Maybe it should have, the edge should be down there. So, not a big deal. Probably no one else notices or cares about any of those details. Yeah, so how about let's take a closer look. Oh, there's Barbara saying, ho, 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 I missed this. Just woke up. Merry Christmas. What a lovely painting. Hi, Barbara. Good morning. Okay, so how about let's go right up here and take a closer look. Or maybe... we'll get to Rudolph in a second, because now I just started to notice something, but let's look at the sky. You can see, especially compared when they're side by side like this, you can see how cool my sky is compared to the original. It looks way warmer, way more purplish. And I did this as blue as this looks, you know, that's what the original blue from the tube looked. So that has actually got quite a lot of cool red and black and white in there to dull it down. But, you know, if I wanted to match the original, I would have put in a lot more cool red to get a bit more of a purple. But, you know, again, once I turn the camera off and I just have this painting all by itself, that discrepancy isn't going to bother me whatsoever. In terms of the trees, I don't mind how I did the trees. That was my super fast way of painting fir trees, which works. It's all about sort of getting the kind of chaotic element, those kind of X and O, or kind of like X brush strokes to kind of get that kind of the needles going. You know, again, the clouds I painted up there, I think those work actually quite well. It's a little bit fortuitous because had there not been clouds there, we'd have just this big empty blue sky. And nothing wrong, nothing against a big blue sky, but I think for this painting it would have just felt really empty up there. So those clouds, I think, actually, even though I didn't intend to do them and they came out because of a mistake I had made, I'm actually pleased with how they turned out. Same thing with the trees back there. I think that's okay. So again, another thing is obviously the trees on both sides are almost black. Like we could, I'm sure that's probably pretty close to a black, almost as maybe close to black as these eyes on Santa and Rudolph. And that works for a photograph, but in a painting, if we did that, it's going to flatten this whole thing out so quickly. So that's why, again, to go back to a conversation we had earlier, doesn't using the stencil or the outline and tracing that, isn't that just cheating and isn't that lazy or whatever? It's like, yeah, it's in one step, it simplifies things, but it doesn't guarantee that the painting's going to work out. There's other things that you've got to learn and know in order to make it effective. Okay, let's look at the bottom of the painting there. I should also say I put these very subtle gradients of purple here, and then also went back and put some white in between, just to give some variation, that there's like that this is not just one perfectly groomed ski hill in behind, that there's the ground is kind of has variation to it, and I think that helps. Now these are supposed to be like little footprints and things. I might have gone a little bit over the top with it. Now these, I don't know what they look like. It looks like, I mean, it might have been fine just keeping them mostly to the shadows underneath Rudolph and Santa. I don't know about these ones in the foreground. Yeah, I think as I look at it, I don't know. Let's just come back here. Where are you going, Santa? Stay there. Alright, so. Okay, and then let's look. Bottom half here again. It's pretty good. Yeah, all that. Maybe let's look at Santa first, since this is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So let's talk about Santa first, and we'll end with Rudolph. You don't want Rudolph playing second fiddle in his own episode, right? Okay, first thing I notice, all of a sudden, I don't know how I missed this, but look how much smaller my eyes on Santa are than the original. Do I want to fix that? How did I miss that this whole episode? I don't know, I kind of like those little eyes like that. I think I'm going to keep it. It's different, but it's not bad or wrong. So yeah, let's just keep that like that. Yeah, that's bizarre. I didn't even notice that till right now. Okay, that's other things too we can look at, like Santa's hat. I guess I could have put a little highlight in there, but I think I'm done for the day. I'm pleased with my decision to use this slightly brownish white for like the trim on the sleeves and the hat, the ball in the end of the toque. It just creates a little bit of a distinction between the eyebrows, the mustache and beard, like the facial hair. So having those distinctions I think is important, because you want to make sure that people know that they're different things, that the eyebrows are not just some fluff that are attached to the winter hat, that they are part of Santa's body, that they, because we've done the beard and the mustache, are all part of his body. So it's just those little clues that we're giving the viewer as to what is what are important, right? I think I always think it's part of an artist's job is to clarify things. That you don't want people kind of like, wait a second, why? Because in the original, you look at the eyebrows here, they are actually the same material and same color as the hat and the sleeves, or the cuff on the sleeve there, right? And so while that might be the case in the original, if I was to paint it like that, people might say, well, that's odd. You look at that. Oh, you made a mistake. You painted the eyebrows like the hat. And I could say, well, no. That's the way it actually is, or was in the original. I just followed the original. People are like, oh, gosh, isn't that funny? I never noticed that. Look how weird that looks. I don't want somebody to say that about my painting. I just want it to be a given that that's what it is, right? So those are things that people later on can point out those differences, but yeah, I want that to be a deliberate decision that I've made here. What else? I'm really happy with this reflection, that little bit of pink that's in his beard. It's also in his beard down here. I ended up using that in a bunch of other places. I put it on his hat and on his sleeve. Just to kind of, there's that red that's reflecting all over the place. Maybe let's go down. Let's look at Santa's feet and lower body. So in the original, there was no reflections on the shoes really at all. I made a decision to put them in there, just to kind of break up the darkness, so there's not just solid black down there. I'm happy with the way the belt buckle turned out too. If you go back, you'll probably notice I kind of fiddled with that for a while, kept thickening it and I had to basically enlarge the belt buckle quite a lot. So I think all that worked. This is one thing this is supposed to be a shadow from the belt buckle, and I used the same black and red that I had been using elsewhere for that. I don't know how I feel about that. Although I suppose if there's red, I mean, the way I explain to myself is that there's red bouncing around all over the place, and it's bouncing off the metallic belt buckle, and that's why we have a bit of a reddish shadow. So that's what I'm going with there. And then lastly, let's end with good old Rudolph himself. You know, all of a sudden, you know, when I look at them on the screen, all of a sudden side by side again, now I'm struck by how different color-wise it is. How in the original, it's way more orange-like, way more like of a reddish orange, and mine is way more of a reddish brown, or a yellowish brown even. I don't know, I kind of prefer mine. I feel like that was a necessary change I had to make, because if I painted this like a very orangey reddish color, it would just blend into Santa. So even though the photo is the original and quote unquote the right one, I think by changing this a little bit, it just creates a bit more of a distinction between these two characters. That there's not it could have been, you know, a little bit of confusion as to like what's going on here where they meet. And that's something I didn't notice that until just about right now, how different that is. And I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I might have fiddled with that much longer. And then the shadows under the feet, you know, that was one of the last things I did here. I think that works. I mean, potentially I could have gone even darker, but I think that's good enough. Yeah, okay. I think I'm pretty happy. Let's just zoom back out one last time. Okay, so there we go. Another painting down. I really notice how much smaller those eyes are from the original, but I don't mind. I mean, I can always change it later, but yeah, I don't know about these footprints now that I see them. But it's okay. They had to get there somehow. My eyes are totally crossed now. It's those really intense bright colors that kind of make my eyes, you know, it's like, whoa, it's hard to see after a while. Sometimes when we're painting paintings that are a little more duller in color, I have a lot more black and grays, my eyes adjust quite well to that, but that's, whoa, some pretty intense color contrasts. Okay, everyone, thank you so much for painting along with me, drawing along with me, or just keeping me company, falling asleep or waking up to the sound of my voice. I really appreciate you keeping me company. Again, I think the more people that are making art or consuming art, thinking about that, the more people learn creative ways or outlets for emotions, thoughts, feelings, I think the more positive our communities, our families, and our world ultimately will be. So just the fact that you're here with me today, I think, is a big step forward, and we need more positive energy in the world. So thank you so much for helping me spread a little bit of creative love into our universe. We'll see you again very soon. I hope Santa is generous and kind to you, and that you and your family are safe this holiday season. We'll see you again very soon. I'm going to try to do a few more little episodes over the next week now that I'm off school. Take care, everyone. Much love. Happy holidays. And we'll see you again soon. Oh, 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 oh. Merry Christmas. Ho, 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 ho.